I'd like to begin this evening by reading the certificate of election and oath of office from the town clerk. I, Patrick J. Ward, town clerk of the town of Brookline, duly qualified and acting as such and having custody of the records, hereby certify that at the May 6, 2014 annual town election, held in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41, Section 1, Rebecca E. Stone, Michael A. Glover, and Lisa R. Jackson were elected members of the school committee for the town of Brookline. I further certify, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 15, that on May 7, 2014, Rebecca E. Stone, and on May 8, 2014, Michael A. Glover and Lisa R. Jackson were sworn to the faithful performance of their duties as members of the school committee for the town of Brookline. Congratulations to all of you. The chair and vice chair of the Brookline School Committee are to be elected for a one-year term by a majority of those members present, and unless a vote is taken to the contrary, no member may serve as chair for more than 2 consecutive one-year terms. I will now ask for nominations for the office of chair.
Dr. Lupini.
Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Lupini. It is my pleasure and privilege to nominate Susan Wolf-Ditkoff to be the next chairman of the school committee. Susan has brought extraordinary energy and gifts to the school committee, and I know she's incredibly nervous at this moment because she doesn't know what I'm going to say. Since we had the good sense to caucus her in 2008, which was followed very quickly by her successful campaign later that year. She has also brought us an entirely new and visually compelling vocabulary to describe what we do. Something I especially appreciate given my love of language and belief in the power of words. As the superintendent and many members of this committee know, I am fondest of her introduction of dashboards to our discussion of data and metrics. But we are no less blessed for having learned about optics, deep dives, heavy lifts, opening boxes, and landing planes. Susan has gifted us with a smorgasbord of useful metaphors, and I trust that will continue when she wields the gavel. Seriously, Susan has given 6 years of amazing service already to the committee, the last 2 as vice chair, playing the role of Robin to Alan Morse's Batman. And yes, Bill, that makes you the commissioner, and that means you get to use the bat signal. So during that time, she also received a promotion at work, had a 3rd child, served on the OPEBS committee, chaired curriculum, oversaw the reboot of the strategic plan, co-chaired the override study committee. Oh wait, she's still doing that. And recently took 2 of her young children to Greece for a week, something only Susan would think of as a restful break from what she does the rest of the time. Most important to her success as chair, however, is Susan's quicksilver mind. In a process that can be prolonged, circuitous, given to tangential meandering, and subject to frequent and unpredictable disruptions, Susan brings a laser-like focus and a particular brilliance for seeing and articulating what's important. I confess that I occasionally lose focus listening to long reports, but I do so safe in the knowledge that Susan will come in at the end with a perfect summary of the major points of agreement and disagreement, and a matrix for understanding what needs to happen, organized into 3 clearly defined areas. It may be 3 baskets or 3 buckets. I'm waiting for beakers. But there is no issue or problem that can resist Susan's parsimonious analysis. And finally, there is Susan's love of data. As Stephen Sondheim said, there are needs, there are standards, there are shouldn'ts and shoulds. Anyone besides Susan know what that's from? I thought not, but you do. Susan has helped us identify needs and elevate standards. She sets a high bar for anyone arguing a shouldn't or a should. I believe her chairmanship easily clears that high bar for something we should do. And so, with gratitude for the leadership she has already shown us, I most enthusiastically place her name in nomination.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Charlepsky. Are there other nominations for the role of chair? May I have a vote to close nominations?
Motion to close.
Motion, excuse me, it
So
says
moved.
vote here, but may I have a motion to close nominations?
moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Coyne, would you poll the committee?
Ms. Cox? Yes. Ms. Jackson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Glover?
Yes.
Mr. Pollock?
Yes.
Ms. Gibbon?
I abstain.
Ms. Scotto? Yes. Ms. Trudgeon?
Yes.
Yes.
How'd that go, Ms. Coyne? Thank you. Congratulations. You want the mic?
No, I'm not going to say anything. We're really late.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So now I'll accept nominations for the office of vice chair. Ms. Charlevsky.
So I have a very hard act to follow, and I'm not even going to try. You're too good at words there. But it is my pleasure and honor to nominate Barbara Scotto for vice chair of the school committee. I've known Barbara for 34 years. It seems like I've known these people longer than anybody else here, both Amy and Barbara. When our children were at devotion school together, Barbara has been an important, committed member of the school committee. She was elected to the school committee 5 years ago and is in her second term. She brings an incredible amount of experience to the vice chairmanship as as a teacher, a parent, a town meeting member for over 30 years in Brookline. She'll make a terrific vice chair. Her knowledge of the system and her ability to see both from the teacher's perspective and the school committee perspective really highly qualifies her for the vice chairmanship.
Thank you, Ms. Charlevsky. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ditkoff. Are there any other nominations? Motion to close nominations.
So moved. Second. I'm sorry.
Ms. Coyne, would you poll the committee on the position of vice chair?
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Glover?
Yes.
Mr. Pollock?
Yes.
Ms. Gibbon?
Yes.
Ms. Scotto? Ms. Charlevsky?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. There was my 5 minutes. I will turn the gavel over to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to my much older sister, Ms. Stone, for her wonderful, I had to get it in, for our wonderful remarks. I'm so honored to work with everyone here. It's been quite a ride. We have more to go, and seeing the lateness of the hour, I'm going to keep moving. But we can have all sorts of maudlin speeches at 9:56 when we are scheduled to be done this evening, if I can get us back on track. So, our next order of business is to have a vote to reappoint the secretary. Do I have any nominations for the position of secretary? Barbara?
I would like to nominate Ms. I'd like to nominate Robin Coyne.
Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Any other nominations? Right.
Heaven forbid.
Heaven forbid. Well, I would like to say one thing, which is that Ms. Coyne is an amazing asset to our committee, shown not most recently by the spread that she put together, by the helping us to assemble gift baskets, helping to prepare Dr. Lupini to do his gavel wielding, preparing. Well, I came in with 6 sheets of paper with my name on them and all sorts of wordings for various motions. So we would be adrift in a big sea without you. So I wholeheartedly endorse your candidacy. Do we close nominations? Okay, so let's vote. Do we poll the committee on this,
Yeah.
or can we just vote?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
We'll just vote? All right. All those in favor of reappointing Robin Coyne as secretary of the Brookline School Committee, please raise your hand. There are no oppositions. According to Robert's Rules of Order, one does not call for abstentions. And so I will say that by a unanimous vote, Ms. Coyne is reappointed. Thank you. All right, our first piece of administrative business is the calendar, which, seeing as Ms. Coyne has already put it up, is on the screen. There are many meetings ahead that will be our runway to the end of June. if there isn't anything that anyone wants to point out in particular,
Just the May 13th Celebrating Teachers. It's just a wonderful event that some people don't necessarily know about.
good. Would you like to tell us what it is?
Sure. The Brookline Education Foundation annually does a Celebrating Teachers event at which the recipients of the Caverly Award are announced, and it's just a marvelous gathering of staff and teachers for the district, and a wonderful it's a wonderful award. So really encourage everybody to attend and to meet all of the people we count on every day who are there.
Excellent. Dr. Lupini usually speaks. There's good school committee attendance if possible. All right, the consent agenda, we only have one item, which is the past record. Our new school committee members who were not here would typically abstain. Is someone willing to move the consent agenda? Any second? All right, all those in favor?
I have to abstain, I
You have to
wasn't
abstain
here.
too. Ben, were you here?
We have enough votes?
Were you April 10th?
April 10th.
1, 2, 3,
No, I wasn't
4,
here.
5, 5. Well, we have 5 then. All right. All right, 504, by a vote of 504, Ms. Coyne, the consent agenda passes. Subcommittee reports. You will notice that the people who are listed next to the subcommittee reports are the current chairs of these subcommittees. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for your service and for your last act as chairs, which is to update everyone on the activities to date. The new chairs of each of these committees will take over, and and I'll announce them in a minute, but I just want to say that we are envisioning this as a running side-by-side sort of start. Meaning that because Amy left and she was the finance chair, it moved a whole bunch of other things. But we also understand that there is important work underway. Just because there was election 2 months before the end of the school year, we still have a tremendous amount of work underway. So we expect these to be a running side-by-side handing of the baton. But for our new chairman of finance, we'd like to thank Ben Chang for his service to be performed going forward. Our new chair of capital will be David Pollack. Our new chair of curriculum will be Helen Charlepsky. Our new chair of government relations, we don't have a new chair. Our same thing with our chair of negotiations. We're delighted Rebecca has been voluntold that she'll do it again. And in fact, we are excited to have a new chair for policy, which is Abby Cox. So that in our next meeting, you all will take over, so listen well to your outgoing chairs. But for the moment, Mr. Pollack is our Finance Committee co-chair with Amy Kershaw, and if you do have an update for us.
Yes, briefly, the Finance Committee met on April 28th and discussed two long-term planning documents, the 5-year 2014 to 19 technology plan, and also the long-term budget projection model, which in a 3-year form, but which is a tool that's going to get a lot of exercise. And I also can report, just of interest, is that the advisory committee did vote the 2015 schools budget to the town, and so that's good news that we have a budget that's been approved by advisory for next year and going to town meeting and as a part of the town budget. And then finally, the next meeting of the finance committee is this coming Monday at 8:30 in this room.
Good. Any questions? All right. Capital, Ms. Charlepsky.
Oh, this is my last time I have to do that. Number of things are happening in Capitol. I think I'm going to share devotion school with Abby. So do you want to start, and I'll fill in?
Sure. Okay, the Devotion Building Committee met on May 2nd. Preliminary design options had been submitted to the MSBA in March, but we have not yet gotten the go-ahead to proceed to the next phase, although we did receive from the MSBA some clarifying questions about our submission, and the architects, building department, and school department have worked together to send a response. We anticipate an answer from the MSBA in mid-May, and our next Devotion Building Committee meeting will be on Friday, May 30th at 8. And we anticipate that we'll be meeting often over the summer to winnow our 4 options to one preferred option, which we must submit to the MSBA for their September board meeting. So anyone who is interested in how this project is progressing, I would strongly encourage you to stay tuned over the summer. There will be frequent meetings of the Devotion Building Committee, and of course, those are open meetings, public meetings. At our most recent meeting, we used the time to engage in an exercise, Jacob's Ladder, led by consultant Tam Sitkoff, to start to understand better the priorities of the committee as we go into the next phase, which will be looking at these 4 options and trying to narrow them down to one. I don't know if I'm missing anything, David or Helen, if you want to add.
I think the only thing I'd add, and Dr. Lupini, since you weren't there, I'm hoping that you got the dates for we set up dates throughout June and July to be able to get us to the beginning of August and the ability to do a submission.
And this
to
will
us.
generally be Friday mornings.
The Friday mornings every other week almost, and none of them fall on the school committee.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. That was one piece, and there was one other. Oh, and also, in addition to, if people can attend, that's great, to the meetings, but there will also be updates on the Devotion School building site, telling people what has happened at each meeting and where we are in the process. So that's another place that people can certainly get information if they can't make it to the meetings. I think that's it for devotion. The other piece, the advisory committee, capital subcommittee met, and then the full advisory committee met on the Driscoll School $1 million allocation for feasibility. The subcommittee did not have a vote in the end that they could recommend anything to the full committee. The full committee took on the Driscoll School $1 million allocation and voted to approve it and to recommend that to town meeting. In addition, 2 things. We will be having, as was listed up there before, the Driscoll School Community, the Driscoll School Project Community Meeting will be happening on Friday, May 16th at 8:15 in the morning. Notice has been gone out to, I know, to all the parents and to abutters and to the businesses in the area to let people know about this meeting. The purpose of the meeting is to update the community, to try and answer questions that people have, and people are encouraged to submit questions to Megan Marr, our communications person, ahead of time to make sure that we are able to get to all the questions during the presentation and during the question and answer period.
Ms. Sharlowski, can you just say who's going to be there for the school committee or for the schools?
Yes, well, I'm getting
Oh, I'm
there.
sorry. I thought you were moving on to the
It's
next
okay.
thing.
So, as you all know, on every project, we assign people as the sort of point people on each project. And on the Driscoll project, Mr. Pollock and Ms. Scotto will be the point people for this project. They'll be there, I'll be there, Dr. Lupini will be there, and Ray Masick, who would be the OPM for this project, probably from the town, the owner's project manager. And Mr. Rowe, yes, Mr. Rowe would definitely be there. Did I leave out somebody else?
sure yet who else in the building.
Yeah, and
We
the
finalized all
principal,
that,
of
yeah.
course, and the principal,
Sure.
of course, would be there. So those are at the minimum of us who will be there. There may be other people with other, from other parts of the town who will be there. But everybody is invited to come, and we're hoping to have a robust conversation.
Are we sending out anything to the TMMA list? Clearly,
think-
there's a lot of
I
interest.
had asked for that, and I, oh,
Have we
Town
looked
meeting
at
member.
that? No, we have access to that in a strange sort of way. We'll do that.
Okay.
I thought we had done that, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure we did.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take care of it.
And hopefully the tab will also report it. It's certainly on the list of meetings. It's, I checked on the town calendar, and it's certainly there already. I think that, oh, and Lawrence School, they did vote.
Advisory.
Yes, advisory committee voted to approve the additional $1 million for the Lawrence School addition. We're hoping it may come in under that amount, the total amount that's been appropriated, but to be safe, $1 million has been allocated, additional dollars have been allocated to the project. Am I leaving out anything? I mean, that's quite a bit, but, oh, and the Old Lincoln School, I don't know if you want to give us an update, Dr. Lupini, or?
Can I ask just a clarifying question on Lawrence before you move on?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm not on. There's been a lot of, I think, confusion about the number of classrooms that will be added to Lawrence, and the number of classrooms in the addition is 4, and that's
Yes.
remaining at
Yes.
4. But there's been some back and forth about how many more classrooms that's actually going to add. And I learned recently that the principal has actually worked with the site council to put together a proposal that Charlie's going to work on this summer, so that there are 2 more classrooms being created inside the existing school building. And we haven't really talked about that here, and I just thought it was important to add that, because as we talk about adding 4, and we've talked about how that wouldn't be sufficient, I thought it was important that they had looked and figured out a way to use the little pieces of extra space that exist already in some of the rooms to create 2 new classrooms, if that's correct. It's 2 full classrooms.
Troy, do you want
right?
to speak to this?
Thank you.
Yes, and it is correct as you described it, because what Rick Rogers would like to do, Rick's the principal, is to, this year he located 2 learning centers in what was designed to be the music room. He'd like to move them each into an individual space, and then next year we'll grow another section, as we presume 4 kindergartens will move into the building. So an architect, and Charlie Simmons, working closely with Rick, who's obviously been working closely with the folks in the building, has done some reconfiguration where we are moving a few walls. We are adjusting and moving folks and creating 2 spaces that will really allow us to have 2, if you will, additional classrooms. They're not completely full size at 900 square feet, but they're pretty good size, and probably in the 750 square foot range. So that when we do finish the modular, when we do finish the addition that we're proposing and planning to put on the parking lot, which would be completed a year from this September, that would then bring online 4 additional classrooms.
And it really will be a net of 4, not the net of
So-
2, which some people have suggested.
Right, so between the work we're doing this summer and that addition, it would be a net of 4.
And Peter-
And
I'm
just
sorry.
just to clarify, it's actually a $1.5 million appropriation addition that we're requesting from town meeting for Lawrence.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Peter, does that create then an across-the-board 4-section school?
You had to ask.
Sorry.
I'm not sure whether we're 1 short
I think it's
or
1
not.
section.
Yeah.
I think we are.
I think
Okay.
it's, yeah,
Okay.
I think if we put the music room back, I think
Right.
if we, depending on how we place the learning centers,
Right.
we're either there or we're 1 short from being able to do
I think
really-
given the optimal
Yeah.
placement of the learning centers and a music room instead of the auditorium, I think we're 1 short.
Yeah.
Right, okay, thank you.
And that's, unless anybody else has anything else to add, that, oh, no, the Old Lincoln School, the architects are starting to work there, and we'll report more the next time.
All right, thank you very much. Curriculum, Ms. Scotto.
Okay, first of all, we had a very good meeting right before this meeting with the last 2 principals who were reporting out on their school improvement plans. Jennifer Flewelling from Devotion talked about a pilot program in which they had iPads at 2 different grade levels, 4 iPads per classroom. They had them in 1st grade and in 5th grade. and in both cases, they were for use with small groups and would be used both in literacy and math. And it has been very successful. Good data showing the kids have really improved. In the first grade, they were using them in math on basic computation facts largely. And they were also, there was a first grade teacher there reporting on this. I think her name was Jillian Starr. And they were also using the iPads to work on oral reading. There's a program called Raz Kids, which kids can follow along and read with a reader, or it just has the text and they can read themselves. Very, very popular with the kids and very popular with the teachers. There has been an ongoing group of teachers who have worked together to figure out the best ways to use these iPads. They've discovered things like they really need to find a way to explore more apps, find out which ones are really good, and that they need to have continuing professional development. They have also realized that if you're using this for small group work, 4 iPads aren't necessarily enough because many small groups might be 6 kids and you don't really have enough to go around for everyone to use. But it sounds like an exciting project. Teachers were very enthusiastic and would like to continue with the program next year. Mary Brown at Baker was talking about the child study team model that they have at Baker, which is somewhat different from the program at the rest of the schools because they are really looking at the role that regular education intervention can play in a child's education before they are referred for special ed testing. And the child study team is looking, when teachers bring children who aren't being successful in the classroom, they design a program for intervention. There's a great deal of follow-up. They try various things. There is a lot of data collection to see if improvement is being made. It's been a very, very successful program, and I think that this is a model that sounds interesting for exploring in various places, maybe in slightly different ways, but the teachers involved in this at Baker have been quite enthusiastic about it and feel that the progress of the individual children has greatly improved by trying a variety of interventions instead of directly going to testing for special education. We will also have a curriculum meeting on Tuesday at 10:30 in the morning, and it will be an update on the data related to the strategic plan. We do this every year. The data is then published at School in Brookline, so that will be 10:30 on Tuesday morning. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Gatto. Questions? All right, government relations, Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's only one small thing, as all of you know, because I've talked about it at previous meetings. We've been working at the advisory committee level on one warrant article, the warrant article on a new diversity commission on, I can't remember the long name, I'm sorry, apologize to the warrant article proponents. But in an attempt not to have to put the school committee through the process of reviewing a warrant article and taking a position on it, which involves public hearings, we've had a very robust back and forth with the advisory committee and the petitioners for warrant article 10. And I believe at this point, at least the version that was passed by the advisory committee is certainly something that the school is not something the school committee would need to take a position on. It is essentially neutral regarding the schools. There's some language regarding our mutual interest in diversity, in hiring, and in our not obligation, but certainly encouragement for the schools to share their data on diversity and hiring. and to work with and take advantage of the very real skills and energies of whatever is created, which has yet to be seen because the warrant article needs to pass, and that would involve a new office or department that's still being debated. But at the very least, the issues around the schools, which were largely just about statutory conflicts over whether or not they could establish something on the town side that had authority over the schools. All of that has been taken out of the warrant article, and so it now merely reflects very much our own perspective on encouraging diversity and being serious about promoting it in hiring. So look forward to working with whatever version of the commission comes out of town meetings' decisions.
May I add one?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I should have discussed this with you before. I'm sorry, but it just came up yesterday. So the MASS officers yesterday met with Commissioner Chester, who, among other things, updated us on the technology bond bill that has made its way through the House and is in the Senate. It's Bill 3770. It has a public hearing before, and I'm sorry, I know I'll get the subcommittee wrong, but it is the Committee on Bonding, essentially, from the Senate. It's next Thursday, May 14th. It's $38 million for schools, which will be used to add on to federal monies, E-rate, that are coming to the Commonwealth to support technology. It is mainly, I will say, about districts and infrastructure, and mainly about urban districts, but we're not going to get started in terms of being able to fund technology or infrastructure at the state level unless we can get a bill like this started and through. And so I'll be contacting Senator Cream's office between now and then to just see where this bill stands. But if you're interested, 3770. Public hearing next Thursday morning on this $38 million bill. It's part of a larger bill dealing with technology in the Commonwealth. So once I find out something, I'll be sure to send that out to you as well. And again, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Is it linked to Park at all, or is it?
My understanding is it is not directly, but of course there's talk around around what the total cost of making this Commonwealth Park ready is, again, somewhere between 80 million and 200 million, depending on who you're talking to and what day of the week it is. And that this 38 million is a start in that direction. So there's a relationship in the conversation.
Okay, good. Anything else, government relations, questions? All right, moving on, negotiations.
We are in the process of exchanging numerous emails, trying to find a date for beginning of negotiations, and I'm hoping that we will find one in the very near future.
Any questions? Ms. Quinn, we're going to have to mix this up a little bit. Ms. Stone, policy review, and I know you will have help on this one.
I will have a great deal of help. So first I want to say that the next meeting of the policy subcommittee is May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. We will be taking up whatever the committee hands back to us from tonight's discussion. And I hope having the first conversation about potential changes to our policy on staff tutoring. I will be circulating something relative to that before that meeting, and Ms. Cox and I will work on an agenda for the subcommittee going forward that includes everything that we have not gotten to this year and that we may need to get to in the future. So that said, we are
You've
tonight.
got several months, just because this election happened. You have months and months to do this work.
Right, months and months to finish everything. All 13 policies that we have not yet gotten to this year. Tonight, we have a first reading of the proposed changes to our policy on school community relations pertaining to community use of buildings, use of school buildings by the town, district, and independent partners, and public conduct on school property. A first reading is just that. No decision needs to be made tonight, just for our new members. This is after long discussion at the policy subcommittee level and exchange with the community. In this case, I really want to thank the members of the extended days in the schools who have shown up for a lot of our meetings on this and have been extremely helpful in pointing out certain things that we've been able to take care of in the language, and very supportive of the process. We really appreciate their contributions. So the first reading, we have a discussion of the proposed policy changes here at the table. There are questions, answers, anything that looks like it would need to be changed. It can be sent back to, it goes back to the subcommittee. Sometimes there are no changes asked for, and we move to a second reading at the next meeting, which is typically 2 weeks later. So this is the time to ask questions. You guys haven't been on the committee for the lead up to this, so there may be lots of questions, but feel free to ask. No reason why not. That's what this process is for. I did want to say that we had a recommendation from town council. I can't remember who made this recommendation, but it was a terrific one, that we publish, after a first reading, that we publish the draft on our website rather than just putting it in the minutes, so that we can copy what the federal government does with regulations. The state probably does this too, which is it publishes them and has a public comment period. And so what I would like to do is to start doing that with the school committee, or the schools, preferably the schools' webpage. Home webpage. Anything that has been to first reading at the school committee should be published there, and we should have, I hope in the long run, we will have a form for feedback, but certainly people can simply send emails if they have comments to make, and this will make it a more robust interaction with the community in terms of getting comments in between our first reading and our second reading, so that we would have the benefit of that at the next subcommittee conversation. So that will be done with this one, and we'll see how it goes and try to make it work. And with that, I will turn it over to our lead on this, Ms. Cox, who has done wonderful work on the policy.
Okay, this is going to be one of these running side-by-sides, because I know I've been at the table doing a first reading, but I wasn't taking notes on how one leads a first reading, so I hope you'll jump in. I thought I'd just start with a very brief overview of Section K, what this new Section K looks like and attempts to do. You'll notice that the new Section K is much shorter. And this is because we have removed outdated agreements, and we tried to strip away guidelines that govern day-to-day function, and were already obsolete. So pages came out because of those things. Our intent in taking up Section K was to respond to the after-school, out-of-school time program review, and from now on, I'm going to say that mouthful as ASOST, I think is the acronym pronunciation we've decided on, but that stands for after-school, out-of-school time. That program review report, which was just a wonderfully informative document, picture of what's going on in our schools after 2:20, now 2:30, and before, and in the summers. It came out in January of 2012, and it made it clear that we needed, number one, a clearer vision of what ASOST will look like in our buildings. Number two, and this is a direct quote from the program review, updated policies that reflect current conditions and offer clarity on procedures for reserving and using building space, usage fees, staffing, safety liability concerns, etc., which was a very clear signal to the policy subcommittee that there was work for us to do here. It called for a better definition of partner organizations and a development of a central system of scheduling that would allow for consistency and transparency. In our policy subcommittee meetings, we also discussed issues of accessibility and how we can promote opportunities for all segments of our student population. So if you look at the new Section K, you'll see that it's really in 4 parts. The first piece is community use of school buildings. This lays out lines of authority for scheduling and fees, requirements for building use, added requirements of special events and large gatherings, policy on facility use in the event of public emergency, cancellation of reservations, and rental or lease of school property. Police and firefighter details, which used to be a standalone part of Section K, has been included now under community use of school buildings, under special events and large gatherings. That seemed to make sense to us. And also note that we inserted language we had previously removed from Section D, which we looked at last year. And we had removed it from Section D because we felt it would fit better into a revised Section K. So we have now reinserted it. So what was gone is now back, where we wanted it to go. The second part of Section K is the use of school buildings by district partners, town partners, and independent partners. And this defines the three kinds of partners who generally offer ASOS programs in our school facilities and describes requirements for those programs to operate in school buildings and for the school department to facilitate these relationships. The third part is called community use of school buildings during school vacations and session breaks. It's a very small part. It explains that the requirements established under the first two sections apply equally during times when the schools are not in session. And the fourth piece is public conduct on school property. And this updates an existing section of our manual to reflect changes brought about by ed reform, which for the most part transferred responsibility for enforcement of these kinds of provisions to the school department and building administration. Finally, we're proposing we shift what was formerly Part 7 of Section K on flag protocol to Section I. Since Section K is now focused on community use of facilities, we feel like the policies on the flag and Pledge of Allegiance don't fit in this particular section and would be better situated in Section I, which is instruction and deals more centrally with programs and activities that are part of the school day. And we know the school committee spent a great deal of time on this in the past. We're just proposing that it be moved from one section to a different section.
Without any change.
Without any changes. So that's an overview. What do I do next?
Should we take see if there are questions?
So you all got copies of both the original, the current policy and this revised section. The only thing I would point out is in Section 1, we changed it. It used to be community use of school buildings, and we had a long conversation about active school buildings because a lot of the references are to the principals and the rights of the principals and the obligations of the principals to control what happens in their buildings and their rights and responsibilities around scheduling, preference, and things like that. So that's why the word active is in there, in case anybody trips over it in the title. It's to indicate some of our school buildings are not actively used as schools. And so wouldn't have a principal necessarily on site. So that's just to make that distinction.
Questions?
So now, yeah, questions.
Questions? I just want to
Suggestions, concerns?
remind the public this has been a topic of discussion over time in subcommittees,
Right,
so
right.
you might be questioned out, which is okay. And we have two brand-new school committee members who might want to have some time to reflect on it also.
And there are also just the previous, I mean, this is really an extraordinary job that Abby has done in taking pieces from all over the policy manual that referred to the use of buildings in and out of school time especially, to put them together into a comprehensive policy that hangs together and makes sense. As far as we can tell, I mean, until we get more public comment back, has the support of the folks who are using the building most of the time for those out-of-school programs. The previous policy, especially around the establishment of extended days, which was a separate piece in the policy manual up until now, talked about the values of the school system, which we still have. By removing that section, we have not removed any of those values or gone back on it. This policy is still very reflective of our desire for our buildings to be true community buildings, for them to be available for community use, and especially for after-school programs that bring wonderful enrichment to all of our students, to be able to use them and for it not to come into conflict, especially now that we're so focused on how much space there is in the building, that we have, and also the costs, the very real costs of using our buildings for as much time of the day as we do now, that we have a way of talking about the use of buildings that is both reflective of the value of having them used in this way, but also respectful of the needs that the system has, not to have undue burdens of cost or supervision. So that's the spirit behind it, and hope it comes across, although there's not as much language around the values as there used to be.
Right, okay. Good. Anything else? Just to reiterate the value that has come through in all of the conversations that we've had up until this point about the relationships with our partners, the relationships with, and the valuable services they provide for our students. And so it's terrific that we're able to make this much more streamlined, much more clear, much more coherent. Thank you, Abby, for the tremendous number of hours you've put into this on all of our behalf. It's so much clearer now. And we're delighted, so thank you.
And it does also
pleasure.
promise a future of a scheduling system that will be more centralized. That obviously is going to take some time to develop, and will have to be done in concert with the principals and everybody else who uses the schedule. It will undoubtedly involve some interface with the website. So all of these things will take time, but the structure, the policy that to establish them is what we're working on here. Actually carrying them out will continue to.
We're working on here.
I trust you are.
Right. And as you recall, as part of the last budget vote, there are some different ways to think about the scheduling piece. There's some funds allocated, hopefully, to find some efficiencies as well as just improvements in service to everyone involved. All right, so this was a first reading. We don't need to do anything now except reflect and chew on this. But in our next meeting, if there's anything, please, forward it along if you
if there are
think about
If
things.
there's something that
in the
occurs to
interim.
someone, either on the school committee or in the public on reading this, and as we're hoping this will be up on the website, you can always email the concerns. We'll have our policy meeting, as Ms. Stone said, on May 14th to address some of the comments that have come from first reading. So we encourage you to take a look.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anything else on policy?
That is all.
All right. Override Study Committee. When I was contemplating becoming the chair, I asked for feedback on how things were going, and the one piece of feedback that was almost universal is that my updates on the Override Study Committee are too long. And my only defense is that last night's meeting, for example, was 3.5 hours long. And so you can either watch it on BATV or hear my half-hour précis. So what I will instead do is refer you to BATV, and I will give you the 1-minute version, which is, we actually had a really productive meeting last night, as long as it was, talking through some of the components of the MIT student study on demographics. It turns out they expect our enrollment to continue to rise and that it will be unpredictable and that we should have flexible capacity in our buildings to deal with that. And that report's available on the website if it is not already. The second thing is actually kind of neat. They went through all sorts of things, and I would like to particularly thank Mr. Rowe for all the time that he spent with the students and with the Override Study Committee Demographic Subcommittee. I can't count. I only saw the email flow I saw, and so it must have been 10x that. He spent a tremendous amount of time providing them data and background analytics. I think our principals got involved in terms of trends in the buildings. And so anyway, it was a pretty robust, remarkable effort. Jed, whose last name I always, Fehrenbach, who does GIS for the town, was involved. It was a pretty big effort. And they had all sorts of suggestions for the future. But anyway, go look at that presentation. It was about an hour and a quarter. And the students did a really terrific job from Sloan. The second thing we talked about was essentially the first readout of the financial model, which started to pull together what happens with a base case scenario over 3 years. There was some discussion about the time frame. And then the second thing it did is it looked at different variations in terms of program reductions on the school side, The next meeting we're going to have are going to look at the town side of it, adding that piece into the model. So we're going to have one comprehensive, sort of a part A, and so next week we'll have part B. We'll look at the town side also. And ultimately, we're going to be handing, in addition to anything else, we will be handing the selectmen a tool with which they can make their own different changes and assumptions. School costs, school revenues, town costs, town revenues, and you can almost build your own override.com, as it were. That was going to take a little bit longer to build. But anyway, the idea of having that interface was discussed so that people in the public could actually, we could just sort of lock the proprietary stuff in the back, but then you could change the assumptions up front and see what happened to the override. So that should be interesting. And then next week, we're going to be talking about a readout from the schools, the schools and the town side, as well as fiscal policies and some of the other folks on their 2 to 3 page summary of where they are, what their findings are. And there was a robust debate about how fact-based the Override Study Committee should be. The answer there was consensus that it needed to be fact-based. And then there was a discussion of to what extent opinions should be surfaced or highlighted and what that process might look like. So I think everybody was clear that the fact base had to be as close to consensus, if not consensus, on, and given that people have different value judgments on what one might do with those facts. We had a discussion about whether or not the full committee would vote that, whether the subcommittees would vote it, whether it would be sent to the selectmen, and that was not resolved, but it was the beginning of a good conversation. Any questions on the Override Study Committee?
Just one, so the next meetings are just the full committee meetings, or are there still subcommittee meetings?
There are going to be subcommittee meetings because they're going to have to go through their 2 to 3 pager to submit to the full Override Study Committee.
So right now, what do you have scheduled? Do you have the whole month of May scheduled? No.
Full school committee, the full Override Study Committee will meet next Wednesday night. I think each of the subcommittees is trying to sort out when they will meet between now and then.
And is there other meetings scheduled after that?
So the only thing that we changed from what's currently on there was that we're not going to hold a public hearing on May 19th. Folks thought that they would not necessarily be ready for a full public hearing. Mr. Glover, do you happen to remember if there was anything else that we changed? I'm trying to look it up really quickly if I can pull up Evernote with this terrible Wi-Fi. So we're not doing the May 19th public hearing, and May 27th is, so we're just going to have a regular meeting. I think it's going to be May 19th, but it's not a Wednesday night. May 27th is the first night of town meeting, and so we had to sort of sort that one out also as to whether it would be May 27th or the 28th. So the answer is we have next week's meeting, which is the 14th. There will not be a public hearing on the 19th, but there almost certainly will be meetings that week and potentially the week of town meeting also on the off night, which is, I think the Wednesday is the off night. Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
The one I want to highlight for you that's coming up quickly is a meeting of the Population and Special Education Subcommittee
Oh, right, that one got scheduled, didn't it?
on Tuesday's the 13th, right?
Yes.
Tuesday, the 13th at 5 PM. I'm not sure the location. 5 PM.
It'll be posted
It'll be
soon.
posted,
No, but
yeah.
I'm just looking, the Brookline Education Foundation is at 3:30.
I understood.
Right.
And they are meeting, they're following up their meeting that they had with Susie Talukdar, our Metco director, and me, by meeting with John Shandoff and Jean McGuire from Metco Inc. on that afternoon at 5 o'clock.
All right. Anything else? All right. Additional liaisons. Ms. Charlepski.
Yeah, there was an EDCO board meeting this morning, and just to catch you up a little bit on it, the budget for fiscal year 15 was approved at $16.6 million. This year's budget had originally been projected to have a $150,000 deficit. They brought that down to $65,000. their budget can vary in ways just by one or two students in some of their special ed programs. That can make the difference between being above budget or below. Originally, though, the budget had a $150,000 deficit. They've been able to bring that up because of increased enrollment. They are still working on the lease for Bedford for the new site. And it's taken longer because an issue of seismic, no, the issue isn't seismic, but the issue is seismic. The building being seismically appropriate according to code. In the end, it seems that the state has weighed in that it is appropriately seismic proof. What's the word? How do you say that, Mr. Pollack?
Structural engineering issue that
Yes.
needs to be addressed, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So, and it involved $250,000, so it wasn't a minor issue. Anyways, that has been, I think, put to bed, but they're still working on some little pieces of the lease, and hopefully that will happen soon so that they can then start the work. They still plan to get in in July 1st for the offices, and then to begin to be able to have classes there in September. An interesting piece came up from Arlington, who actually, the district decided to try to put some numbers to their unfunded mandates, and to see how much it actually costs them to do all these unfunded mandates. They came up with a figure of about $5 million. I asked the superintendent in Arlington to share sort of what they put into that amount to know, so other districts could look at it too. So she was going to give it to the executive director to share with the rest of us. And lastly, EDCO, well, actually, I probably should explain for the new member on the committee. EDCO is the collaborative that Brookline belongs to that has 21 communities, mostly west of Boston. It provides both special ed programs and professional development. It's been more noted for its professional development over the years, though there's a real emphasis now to move more towards special ed programming. And the new building hopefully will be able to facilitate that. And they also provide for us an orientation and training for new school committee members. So I wanted to share that with the new school committee members. I think, Dr. Lupini, you have one of these in your packet too, so if we could pass it down to them. The only problem with their orientation is it's three days. It's together with other new school committee members from other districts, EDCO districts, which is the good news, and it's a great opportunity. The bad news is it's during the morning on 3 different mornings. So that, as opposed to some of the MASC ones that are one day, usually on a Saturday. I don't know if anybody has any questions about this.
All right. As you know, we've appointed new subcommittee chairs. We have not finished the assignments to all of the subcommittees, but on EDCO in particular, I would like to thank Ms. Charlepsky in advance for agreeing to be our representative to EDCO. The structure changed a little while ago, and so at some point we're going to need to vote that. I don't know when, but we will find a time to vote that. But in the meantime, thank you, Dr. Lupini, for your distinguished service as our representative, and thank you to Helen for taking it up on our behalf. We're very grateful.
Thanks. Now I have to travel. Do I get a travel budget? Because it's really pretty far now.
You get the thanks of a grateful committee, and we will double your pay.
And double my travel budget.
Double your travel budget. Anyone else? Additional liaisons? Oh, thank you. You're gonna have to like wave
I
out
know, I
here.
know.
That's the one
I'll get a
downside.
little flags.
Thank
I just want to reiterate what Rebecca said earlier about the meeting on Tuesday, May 13th at 3:30, the Celebrating Teachers. And I particularly want to recommend to the 2 new members that it's a wonderful thing to go to, because what happens there is you get a look into the lives of 2 very special teachers, the Caverly Award winners, but you also get to hear all of the various grants that have been given by the Brookline Education Foundation to the teachers. And that also gives you a sense of some of the kinds of innovative things that are going on in the school system. So I highly recommend that you both go and everyone else as well.
Good. Any other additional liaisons? All right, before we move on from an administrative business, I just want to say 2 thank yous. One is thank you for all signing up for graduation assignments. It's really fun. We do all sorts of hard things here, but that is one of the really fun ones. Dr. Jackson, I hope you appreciate it. Mr. Glover, I hope you have a terrific time. Thank you for signing up. And thank you all for being very flexible on your new seating assignments. I have only heard complaints from 2 of you so far. I suspect I will hear more. Change is hard. So we're just going to go with it for a little while. And if you squawk loud enough, I will probably cave. But we spent a little bit of time thinking about it. And we did want to put a distribution. It's not entirely boy, girl, boy, girl. I apologize to one of the committee members. Ms. Charlepsky's seat has moved for the first time, perhaps in 3 decades. I apologize to her for that. Sorry, 2 decades. Yes, and Ms. Cox, you have big, I would say big shoes to fill, big seat to fill. I'm not sure. You have a lot of work to do to make sure that microphone is working. Ms. Scotto, we will buy you a flag. So anyway, for all of the mistakes I'm about to make over the course of this year, I apologize. This one we're just going to live with for a little while, and we'll see how it goes in September. And then the last administrative thing I will say is thank you to the people who have agreed to be the mentors for our new school committee members. We do have a mentoring process. Usually it involves alcohol or some other sort of chocolate, depending on how you roll. So Mr. Pollack, thank you for being a mentor to Mr. Glover. Ms. Cox, thank you for being a mentor to Dr. Jackson. Hopefully you will have fun. Ms. Scotto and I have the boring task of bringing you up to speed on all sorts of, really boring things, and some fun ones. You should go to either EDCO or MASC or something. You're going to have legal training, but hopefully your mentor is somebody that you can ask kind of the really dumb questions to, because there are dumb questions and you need to ask them. So make sure you do. So thank you.
I want to do a plug just for the MASC training only because our council, Labor Council, Liz Valerio, typically does the negotiations training part of that, and she's excellent, so recommend it.
Great. All right, so let's do public comment. Ms. Coyne, if you can let us know if anyone has signed up. Thank you. All right, we have Ann Turner at 97 Toxteth for public comment. I will note only that we are 45 minutes behind, and typically we have 3 to 5 minutes, but thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. So again, I'm Ann Turner, and I am the community representative for BDAC, the Brookline Extended Day Advisory Council. And I wanted to say to you on behalf of the extended days across the community how pleased we are at the process that we've had in looking at the new policies, the priorities that have been expressed, and the collaboration and the symbiosis that we have built over the past several years with the school committee, with Dr. Lupini, and I am confident with the new members as well. This collaboration and the commitment that you are expressing and formalizing with these new policies, the work that's being done to identify classrooms that can be shared, cafeterias, gyms, auditoriums, is really critical to our ability to deliver, and sorry, I'm getting nervous, but to deliver the kind of quality programs that our community and our working parents are so dependent upon. And the waiting lists that we've had historically are only going to grow, and we have to work together. We have to help teachers understand that the classrooms are in community schools, as Rebecca expressed, and that they have to be shared. And we have to work together to build that trust, to build that creative problem solving, and to make sure that the spaces that are the same children during the school day as in after school are made available to maintain these programs. I would urge you, as you make decisions about building expansion, to keep this in mind and to remember our state licensing requirements. And lastly, and please don't jump out of your skins, the Teen Center now operates a wonderful program for high school kids. But there is very little, if anything, for middle school kids. And these are perhaps the most at-risk population. And it is time to address that as a town, to collaborate with the Teen Center, to put my Brookline Community Foundation hat on. They are taking on it as a strategic initiative, and we need to work together to find even more space and build even more programming for this population as well. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you some more.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. It is not our policy to comment after public comment. It's the public's chance to give us feedback, but I will say thank you for coming. That's it in terms of the sign-ups. Is there anybody here who would like to make public comment who did not sign up? All right, very good, thank you. We're going to move on to the high school item. We're going to skip over for the moment, if it's okay, our student representative report and farewell, our superintendent's report, and our school committee action on school choice, simply because it's 8:06, and then as far as the headmaster knows, we're only 6 minutes behind, which is pretty exciting. Thank you, Ms. Holman. Thank you, Mr. Mason, for joining us. We are excited to hear the Brookline High School Competency Determination Report for the class of 2014 and 2015. So we'll give you a couple minutes to get set up, but does someone want to start introducing this? While we get
Sure,
the
Ken.
technical
I'll
stuff
say a few
going?
words and-
I'll put in your-
I'll even put the microphone on. Sure, I'll do that. So each year, the headmaster, the assistant headmaster come and talk with us about where classes, particularly juniors and seniors, stand with respect to one important piece of their high school graduation, and that's meeting the competency determination, which they must meet now in English language arts, mathematics, and science. And so we've been amazingly successful, and I want to say a word about Mr. Mason's work because he's done terrific work over that number of years at making sure that students who were not meeting the requirements had a variety of opportunities to do so, and also took advantage of any appeal processes which could be made available to them. And he and others who he works with were on top of that and making sure that students had every, you're just stalling so I keep talking, right? Is that right? Yeah, okay. So that they would, so they can take advantage of all the opportunities that are available to them. And Hal, I want to thank you for that because each year you come here and each year we stand at graduation and talk about work that goes on right up till the last minute with some students to make sure that they can walk across that stage because they've met our requirements. They maybe haven't met something in terms of the competency requirements, and you make sure that they have opportunities to do so. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mason, who will start us off and then be joined in the presentation by Ms. Holman.
Yeah.
So, did I get that wrong?
That's
Nope.
right, that's right. Deborah Holman, headmaster. Hi, new school committee members, welcome. Good to see you.
And we'll ask anyone speaking to speak into the microphone for
yeah.
the legions of watchers at home, viewers at home.
Yes, Deborah Holman, headmaster. Hal Mason, assistant headmaster. Glad to be here. Hal's going to talk through the data, walk us through the data, and then I'll give some narrative on what we see, what we're concerned about, and some things that we're doing. So,
Hi, thanks for having me again. So the data, once again this year, is good. We've done a good job in terms of the overall numbers for the high school in looking at the ELA, the math, and the science exam. The overall rate of students who are in the proficient and advanced range far exceeds the state and continues overall to improve. As Ms. Holman will talk more about in a few minutes, there are some areas of concern that we have based on some of the ways that we've disaggregated the numbers. In the past, you know, I've presented this slide and ones similar to this, and told basically the same story that I just told you in brief right now, which is that things are looking good. We've had marginal improvements or stayed the same at the same really good level that we have. This year we have a lot more data to present based on some of the feedback you've given us in past years and some of the questions you've asked in past years, and our also willingness to dig a little bit deeper and figure out, okay, we know that we're really good at this, but what are the areas that we really need to take a closer look at? So these are going to be small numbers and slides, but we have all this data here for us to look at because the state gives us ample data for income status, disability status, special ed, that is ELL, race and ethnicity, and it allows us to really dig deeper in some of these areas to see where we're not up to the standards that we hold for ourselves. Again, for the English, great shape, 98% of the kids were at the proficient or advanced level, and there was only one student who was not in the passing range. If we look at the math scores, you'll see again 93% of our students, and again far exceeding state averages, far exceeding, and again continuing the excellent scores that we've had on MCAS over the past years. If we look at the science scores, a constant improvement overall from 81% 4 years ago to 87% overall for science, and again, in general, when the sophomores are taking the test for the English and the math, when the freshmen are taking the science test, the huge majority of students at BHS get proficient or advanced scores and move on and fulfill the graduation requirements the first time around. Most of the students that we're then dealing with, and a lot of the students that Dr. Lupini was referring to, are students who are new to the district, who move into the district from out of state later on, and these are students that we run a lot of tutoring programs for, a lot of extra sessions for, and wind up doing the retests for. The retests are available twice a year for English and math and once a year for the science, and this is a large effort on our part to pick up the new students who are into the district, a lot of them from foreign countries, as well as picking up students who may have failed in the past. But in general, and again, this is the main focus then of our tutoring effort, is to ensure that these students do fulfill this part of their BHS graduation requirements between the November retest, the March retest, and again, what you don't see between November and March is that this is when we're really hitting students with the tutoring. Students that need the tutoring need the assistance and the practice in taking the exam so that we keep winnowing that number down. And again, the ultimate result, I know that the original charge for this meeting was based on this one sentence. All of our students who are eligible to graduate in June of this year will graduate. There are no students who will be held up by MCAS in terms of the graduation for this year. So that traditional part of the presentation done, I now turn it to Ms. Holman, who's going to help us look a little bit deeper at where we feel we need to work harder.
Thanks, Hal. All right, some concerns that we notice in the data for this year and over the last 4 years, some trends. Regarding math in advanced and proficient, our percentages of students in advanced and proficient, we note that African American students in percentage dropped from 81% to 61% this year. 1 year doesn't make a trend. The N there is about 7 students from 81 to 61%, but we don't ignore that. So that's something we're taking a look at. In math, regarding advanced and proficient, students with disabilities, that number in advanced and proficient has been static for about 4 years. It's 68%. It's not bad, but it's been static, so I'd like to examine that. Low-income students in math, advanced and proficient, that has been static for 4 years too, at about 70% on average. Again, that's not bad, but we'd like to examine that. As a comparison, in math, advanced and proficient white students, 96% advanced proficient, so there's a discrepancy there. When we look at student growth percentile, which is a measure comparing students to the cohort that they scored similarly to in the 8th grade test, That tells a school like Brookline High School some interesting information. When we look at math student growth percentile, or SGP, low-income students, for the last 4 years, their SGP, which we would like to be at 50 or above, has hovered around 37 to 43%. African American math SGP has gone up and down over the last 4 years, 40% to 57%. As comparison, white students math SGP 50 to 57%. So there's a difference there that's worth examining. Regarding science, I'll last note some concerns in science regarding the advanced and proficient in science. Consider this, I'll preface it with this though, consider that science is in 9th grade, it's in physics, it's a pretty tough exam, and it's the first high-stakes MCAS exam that the kids are taking. And we have a strong 9th grade team who gets the kids to the finish line of the MCAS exam in June. But it's the first exam they're taking, so it's not surprising to us that those numbers are a bit lower. And yet the math department is not satisfied, and we're not satisfied with what we're looking at. Some concerns with science, advanced and proficient. African American students have been static in advanced and proficient for the last 4 years. It's hovered around 40% on average. And you can see there's 2012, it was 57%, then this year, 39%. Again, 1 year doesn't make a trend, but we want to examine that. Hispanic students also static for 4 years, hovering around 60%. Kids with disabilities static at about 50%. Advanced and proficient, and low income has been been static for 4 years, averaging around 60%. Again, as a comparison, white students in science scoring advanced and proficient, 93%. So, Hal talked about one of the structures that exists for us to support students to get to that, what I'm calling the finish line of MCAS. MCAS tutoring is one of them. Let me just mention as a point of information some of the other great supports we have at the high school that really help students with MCAS and lots of other things. We have math centers in the morning and the afternoon for students to come in and meet with teachers. They're staffed by actual math teachers. The math teachers plus ones are dedicated to that, so those are available. We have the old and wonderful tutorial program for regular education students that's staffed by regular education teachers, including science, math, English, and social studies. The tutorial program is under new leadership, actually, this year, so that's rather exciting. All of you know we have our strong grade 4 to 12 Steps to Success program for students in public housing and low-income students. That's also under new leadership over the last 2 years. Special education, I could speak a long time about special education, it's certainly not the focus of tonight, but BHS special education is moving into such a wonderful place in terms of becoming even more robust than it was. And the supports there in terms of co-taught math, co-taught science, co-taught English are really terrific. Special education department also has new leadership as of the last 2 years. Our calculus project for African American and Latino students to move more students who are African American and Latino into advanced math, that is another support that helps students. It's also under new leadership. So you see the theme here. Brookline High School, also under new leadership. So the point I would make with that is that in a sense we're in a good place right now as a school to review and even reconceive some of our supports. So that's something we're taking a look at. For me, I think that there are two broad approaches to address gaps in test scores, gaps in achievement and learning. And one of them is to look at your wraparound support programs that are outside the classroom and outside of teaching and the teacher. Those are the programs that I really just listed. The second broad approach is to focus on inside the classroom and on the teacher's moves and the skills that the teachers have to increase achievement of the students in their classes. How do we strengthen the teacher muscles of our teaching staff? I'm going to use the science department as last thing here to illustrate what I mean by that, or some things that we're doing with that. The science department, because they're looking particularly at their gaps in MCAS, they have set a department goal to reduce the gap on the 9th grade physics MCAS exam, the 10th grade chemistry, and the 11th grade bio summative exams that they give. So this is a departmental goal, and it's not just for 9th grade MCAS physics. This has been their immersion year. And one of the things that they're doing, for example, for ninth grade is they're doing data analysis of student MCAS scores for the ninth grade physics exam by teacher in order to compare with their team of physics teachers, to really ask the question, how did my colleague's kids score better in a particular aspect of the physics exam than my students did? What can I learn from my colleague, and how can I teach differently for better understanding? So that is really terrific. What else have they done? The science department has developed what they're calling an MCAS physics review course on Canvas, which is our learning management system for the kids. It's got like 300 questions from physics MCAS exams that the teachers will use occasionally as an opener in class, or they'll assign a piece of it. But the students, when they take that quiz on Canvas, the kids get instant feedback because Canvas sends them the score for their quiz immediately. So that's something that we're experimenting with and getting some feedback from the kids. Next week, Science Department will start review sessions for the Physics MCAS, and they have done some really nice targeted invitations, I'll say, to some students that they are particularly concerned about and want to give extra support in the home stretch here. And they've done a nice job getting the help of special education liaisons, notifying METCO director, Steps to Success, African American Latino Scholars, OFC, Winthrop House, Excel directors, in order to encourage that invitation to come to those review sessions with the students. So I think that the science department, what they're looking at too broadly is how do you balance teaching a good physics course according to Massachusetts state standard to prepare our kids for the exam, but not teach in an absolute way to the test. And I think all high school teachers and teams struggle with that. But the science department has had to make some tough choices in their reflection on their curriculum, in the sense of they had to really look at some of the extensions of physics learning that they were doing. And on some of them, they concluded that those were sort of distracting to the kids, and it wasn't totally preparing them for the test. And again, not that we're only preparing the students for the test, but so it's really a balance of how do we get them to the exam, get them a solid physics course, and yet still make this fun to learn. So that's science. The other sort of, last big picture item I'll leave you with is in terms of data, this is great data. MCAS gives us some very helpful data, I think, in English, math, and science. It is one measure. I'm really excited about the district being able to hire Corey Stott, our new data accountability person. She and I have talked about sort of the next horizon for BHS data collection, what data will help us target our efforts at this point in terms of our achievement gaps. One thing that we've talked about is how would we compile a composite of our high school students that combined MCAS scores, PSAT scores, and kids in honors, AP, and advanced classes, and then disaggregate that data to see how it falls out on the line. So that's another thing we're thinking about, so I'll add that in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for the headmaster?
Thank you. This is always, it's always interesting. And usually good news, so thank you, Hal. So this year's graduating class, you said we have no outstanding students, right? Nobody who still needs to take the test or
Right,
pass
there'll
it?
be nobody that won't graduate because of MCAS.
Okay. So when we look at 2013 scores, are we looking at this year's sophomores or
Last year's
Last year's
sophomores,
sophomores.
this year's juniors.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're always a year behind in terms of what we're
Even
looking
with
at
a
in terms
science?
of- Science would be last year's freshmen.
Last year's freshmen.
Right, this year's
This year's sophomores,
Right.
yep. Yep.
Okay. I'm not sure that changes anything for me, but I wanted to be clear on it. I can hear that you all are struggling, I think appropriately, with some of those numbers. The scores and proficiency, especially in science for African Americans, that is a breathtakingly low score and of great concern. But as you say, it's not a trend, and until we see many more, and I'm very glad to hear that you're taking immediate steps to try to unpack it and see what to do. I wonder, Dr. Lupini, with Park coming in, are we going to be able to look at trends? Is Park eventually, assuming that it gets implemented, is it eventually going to replace the 10th grade test as well? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I'll say a few words about Park after we, we're on strategic plan tonight,
Right,
not Park
yeah.
update. Yes, but not before 2019.
2019.
So
Okay,
so anything that's associated with the competency determination
okay.
will remain an MCAS through at least, according to the commissioner, 2019.
Okay. So kids are basically going to be taking Park in elementary school and then
Well,
MCAS in high school.
Yeah, students are going to be taking a Park-like exam because even if the Commonwealth, I'm channeling the commissioner tonight for some odd reason. Even if the state were to opt not to move to Park, the MCAS in grade levels other than the competency determination grade levels would become a more Park-like instrument, right? It's going to be based on the Common Core. It's going to take on a number of those characteristics. So yes, in other grade levels, that will be the case, yes. So you asked a question about comparison.
I'm trying to get a
though.
handle on how, when we're looking for trends, when we're looking for reflections of how well
Right.
our interventions are
Right,
doing.
so let me say this about that.
Right.
First of all, in a couple of weeks, we're going to talk about here the feedback so far of our own on the field test. Okay, what we're also going to be able to do, because it's already decision time, I have until June 30th to register our decision for next year as to Park or MCAS district-wide, other than the competency determination grade levels. And what we'll be able to do is lay out a little bit more, at least of what we're hearing. And one of the major issues in many districts is not so much next year. I think many districts are going to do a full-blown Park. The question will be online versus
Right.
paper pencil, quite frankly. But the real issue is how this how the data are going to be matched against one another over time. We have an educator evaluation system that incorporates, student growth percentiles. How are those going to work over time, this test, moving to this test? In addition to the way we evaluate schools and categorize schools, all that. The department says they have a methodology for doing that, and I'll tell you, our research and accountability person questions that. The robustness of their ability to actually make those translations over time. So we're worried. It's a major worry. It's a major issue that the Superintendent's Association is spending time with the commissioner on.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the concern about meeting the determinations and all of that. I worry more about our ability to understand what we're looking
Right.
at with our students.
Right? Absolutely.
And especially when we're addressing things that have come up through this set of assessments and being able to see whether or not that's what we move forward with is having the effect we want it to have. So I just wanted to put that out there, but thank you
Okay.
for raising it.
Okay, Dr. Jackson?
Thank you for this presentation. I think we'd be a little remiss if we didn't talk about the trends between groups. I appreciate that the trends within group, a single data point isn't, a trend. But if you look between groups, both for math and science, the gap is pretty consistently significant for math and science. And so I do wonder how you think about that, particularly relative to the interventions you talked about earlier.
So, do you mean we are seeing similar things in math and science?
So I guess if you look at the gaps between groups, so if you take math and we look across white, and then you look across Asian and across African American, the distance between white, Asian, and African American every year is about the same. It's more stark in science, where every year it's about 40 percentage points different, 40 to 50 between groups. And so while I appreciate sort of the targeted interventions and the number of students that are represented within, I'm curious how you think about the between group differences, given that I assume many of these students are in the same classrooms, experiencing the same instruction, et cetera.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think we have to think more about that and figure out how to think about it. So I'm going to take that as food for thought. Yeah.
I will say, I'm not sure we take that as an assumption, your last statement, that they're in the same classes with the same, right? Because I'm not sure that's true. We've been looking for some time, quite frankly, spent the last year or so on some other things, but there are some issues in terms of where students are in terms of standard versus they exist.
So do we have the data that tells us how many of those African-American students are in class?
We have data that tells us what classes those students are in, and we have data that tells us which of those students are low income. Yes, we have all of that, and that's part of this process that we're talking about here, yes. Not only at the high school, but at the elementary levels as well, yes.
Hence my interest in another measure, this idea of the composite measure. How could it pull in multiple variables? So, yeah.
Ms. Charlowski?
So I'm wondering, do we take these same students in 2010, 2011, and look back at their 8th grade or whatever grade they do there and see?
Yes.
That's the growth score that we're seeing?
Yes.
Right.
Correct. Well, that's one way of looking. It's a very good way of us looking at
But
it.
that's
is look at
an
the growth score.
overall growth score. Do we look
No,
at
it's a
it for
growth score.
individual
No, it's a-
students?
It's a growth score, it's a student by student. We get an individual
By
student growth score.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
That's a composite of all of the students within that group.
Right,
But we
right.
have an individual
Right.
growth score
Right.
in science or in math or in
For
English
each
language
student.
arts for each student. Correct.
And we also use those scores from 7th and 8th grade as predictors of kids that we want to use targeting tutoring for.
Okay. And we start early on, before 10th grade, I
Before the
assume,
10th
doing
grade
that.
exams, for example, in math and in English.
And I just want to follow up on that because I
thank
think, yeah, I just want to follow, because certainly we all understand the law of small numbers and how if we're really talking about 7 students, that can swing something by 20 percentage points. At the same time, it's disturbing. So I guess how, number one, as you diagnose what you think happened, I guess the simplest way to ask the question is, did we see this coming? Meaning, did you know going in that there was a group of students that you were particularly paying attention to, and they got a large number of targeted specific services, and it still is the way it is, or was this a surprise somehow? I mean, you would just diagnose it differently, you would do different things if we knew about it, tried to intervene, and it didn't work, in which case you change the intervention, which is different from saying we were surprised and we didn't see it coming, and these are students who actually we thought were fine and weren't getting intervention. So I guess it's a question of diagnosis and how you use the data about what happened to change not only the intervention for those students, but go back and reverse engineer the types of services we provide.
That's great. I think that's a great point. And I would say to some extent, it was a bit of a surprise. And I don't want to appear like I'm making excuses. And yet, last year, this is our last year's exam, lots of things were in transition last year, lots of the leadership, lots of supports. So I think one of the things that we have seen that we would like to up is coordinators and department heads, not just special ed, but science, math, and English, and also program coordinators really tracking their students and their MCAS scores and tracking more closely the interventions that we are offering, and having more of a facility of conversation at any moment in time. Because we have that a little bit, but I'm not really satisfied with everybody's facility at any moment in time with knowing which kids, those 7 that we were particularly concerned about. That's something we're working on increasing.
And do you feel like that's something that can start in September for the next group, or do you feel like this is going to be a study that takes a very long time?
Oh, it's going to start in September. Yeah. There's pre-work being done now on it. Great
Thank you.
question. Yeah.
Jane?
Thank you. Deborah, Hal, thank you very much for
walking us through this report. I guess what I like some clarification on is on the pages of the November and as well as the March retest pages. So in this report, it says in November, there were 39 retests. So how do you qualify for retest?
Either you're new to the state and haven't taken it, so a lot of 11th graders are sitting that exam, or 12th graders come in, lots of foreign languages, people from foreign countries who've just moved to Brookline. We have a lot, a decent cohort of that every year.
Right.
So a good number of those 39 would be that, and then there are students who are had previously failed the exam.
Okay, so if we look at the November 13 retest, you had 39 that took the retest in aggregate, of which, as you said, 20 are new students and 12 from Brookline High School already, and then you have others. Then you come down to student taking November ELA and math retest. So these are people who are taking both. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So let me move down to then student that take only November math retest. Is that a
Yes,
group
that's a
of the 19?
subgroup of that 39. So
Okay.
there were 20 new students out of that 39. All the new students would have had to have taken both the ELA and the math. And then it's broken down for the 6 ELA and the 14 who just took math.
Okay, so in this case, of the ones that took the retest, 12 are previous Brookline High School students, right?
Correct.
So then, at the end, is the 6 of the 14 that failed again? It says, results 6 failed math?
Yes, correct. 6 of the 14 who took the math retest in November
Right.
did not pass. Correct. So then you go to the March, where you had one new student who came in at that time, or was an previously absent student, and of the 7 who took it in March, 5 were able to achieve the competency.
Right. So obviously, that seems like a huge percentage number, right? 6 out of 14 that second time around didn't pass the test. Was there any kind of postmortem on why these 6 kind of failed again?
No, again, if you took the sample of students who previously had not passed the exam, 6 out of 14, and that's not the case for all 14 of these students, but 8 out of 14 of those passing would be pretty good.
Right, but I would assume that somebody who are taking a retest would have had some kind of tutorial to get them, prepared for the second test. So I'm just curious, that kind of jumped out at me, that's all.
Sure. Any time you have any number that says failed, that jumps out at us, and that certainly is a person that we're then even more intensively looking at. Our main, with the November retest, you have a lot of new students, you have a lot of students that might have been absent for one reason or another, might have been away, might have been sick, if someone gets very sick, those kids would be included in this cohort. It's that 6 that we're really looking at closely. Those are the ones that we know we need to do a lot of work with to make sure that they can maintain it, looking toward the March test. When they're
So the people that's taking the March retest, again, they're all a subgroup of the one that took the November test? No.
Almost exclusively, that you
No.
also have new students who
That's
come.
right, there's some new students, right, okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Further questions? We're running over, but I do want to ask about the low-income numbers. So on ELA, the MCAS ELA 2010 to 2013, I'm looking at the very tiny print that says warning or failing, the 6%, the 2%, the 5%, and the 0. So if you look at the school numbers, warning or failing in 2010, was it 6%? On the left, yeah.
Yep,
And then it went from 6% down to 2%,
right?
and then it was at 5%, and this year is at 0, which sounds good to me.
Sounds good to us, too.
When I look at the math numbers, 2 pages later, warning and failing, so 5%. Oh, wait, that's different from the chart that I'm oh, no, it's not, sorry. 5%, 7%, 10%, and 11%. That one looks like it doubled. So I'm curious for low income, what we think might be going on in the warning and failing category. And I don't know what the N is on this.
The N is there. It's right below it.
Oh, sorry, that's,
C, plus or minus.
well, but
60.
N for which? That's the N of which?
Low income. For the total.
Oh, I see, sorry, it's the N, got it. So it's 5% of 63.
Right.
So we're still at we're still at small numbers, if that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
5% of
So,
63 in 2010, 11% of 66
Right.
in 2013.
so we're still at a few students. So I guess I would just ask, and I don't need to know the answer to this, but if there's overlap with the other group, and if there isn't, if there are similar action plans that are, because one
Yeah.
aspect is race and the other one is income status, and sometimes they correlate and sometimes they don't. So I don't want to make assumptions, but it would just be helpful to hear that if there are corresponding approaches on the income status as there are on the race.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Similar to your last question, I think it's the same answer, upping our tracking ability and facility of all folks at any time to be able to say who's where, what interventions have we offered, and how are we watching them. So, yep.
And also assuming that a number of the students who would fall into this category would be STEPS kids, that I would say we're doing quite a bit more intervention and work with the STEPS kids.
Yeah, let me just say, that's right for those students. I mean, I think one of the things that we've talked about around this table is that's not necessarily true of the STEPS population is one part of our low-income population. It captures public housing. It does not capture other aspects of the population. And in looking at some other data points that we've started to look at, again, they're K through 12. We have a significant number of students in this level across the district in a number of different assessments. You can say who are outside of STEPS. You can say in spite of STEPS. There are lots of things you can say that we're going to need to spend a lot of time on.
Ms. Sharowski?
It's just a clarification on this, because I don't understand it. The school is the high school, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
The district, isn't it the high school also?
Would also include out-of-district students.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Who
All
are of
right.
high
I was
school
trying to
age.
figure out why there's two separate
Who are of high
numbers.
school age, right?
Okay, so any of the, kids who are in private
You
placement.
can actually see it in the number.
Yeah, I saw the number, and I was just I forgot about that. Thank you.
So typically, we don't see this information again until a year from now. And so all I would say is that I sincerely am glad that there's an action plan in place to deal with this. And I would hope that perhaps we could get some sort of update on whether or not what we're doing differently.
So let me say this,
would be great.
that typical, in as much as it's been over the last couple of years, has been largely, I mean, we've not spent, I'm going to channel Dr. Fisher-Mueller, we've not spent a whole lot of time being able to focus on our data over the last year and a half for obvious reasons. We didn't have someone to do that work. We are somewhat there now. We're there in terms of some of the other roles to make sure we're providing better data and that we can have more robust conversations in these areas. That means they can have those conversations, that means we can have those conversations, and that means we can have some of those conversations here as well. And we believe we're all but ready to do that again. So yes, as a natural byproduct of that, there will be more of these conversations at this level, and it won't need to wait for a conversation about the competency determination.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say, I just want to say this. Hal said this up front, I think. So this has been historically a competency determination presentation. And we asked you, the school committee asked you to add these other elements. And of course, then we spent our time talking about those other elements, right? And so what I want to do is I just want to end this by applauding you, right, for doing this. I mean, it's easy You know, I'm going to channel my MSAN colleagues for a second. It's easy in a district, I'm channeling lots of people tonight, that's right. It's really easy in a district that has those overall percentiles to hide behind them, right? And quite frankly, you know, we've heard stories over time, back when I first came here and the equity project had begun, that this district did its share of that, right? And no more, right? We put it out there, we talk about strategies, we talk about the numbers, we focus in on kids, we focus in on interventions, we talk about handing coordinators lists of students and asking them to follow those students, to talk with teachers, to really talk about those in-class interventions, which is really where this happens, not in terms of just those wraparound services. The wraparound service model in itself, without changes in the classroom, doesn't make the difference. And so I just want to applaud you for coming here and having this conversation with us in that it went well beyond the competency determination.
Yeah, happy to. And I think it actually was something that we saw last year, that we weren't bringing forth all of the data that I, in particular, as a new person, thought we needed to be bringing forth. Low income and disability had not been presented. I said, how can we not be doing that? So happy to do it, and it's what we are looking at. So I totally appreciate your support. So thanks.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Hal.
And thank you on the end result for the determination. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we are going to circle back to our student representative report and farewell. Jonathan, Mr. You are off to greener pastures. We are so proud of you. Give us your report.
All right, so first I wanted to introduce myself because I didn't get the chance earlier to the new members, Dr. Jackson and Mr. Glover. So I am Jonathan Yu, proud graduate of Lawrence Elementary School. Now I'm a senior at Brookline High School. And I'll be attending Harvard College next year, and I'm very excited for that.
We're delighted for you.
Thank you. So for my report, I'm going to start with some updates on student life. So Progression's dance concert is happening tonight through Saturday, and that's a lot of student talent, you know, students choreographing, students, you know, new dancers trying it out, you know, experienced advanced dancers, you know, so you have a really great mix and diversity at that show. The Student-Directed Drama Festival is happening next Friday and Saturday. And again, you know, students directing plays. Some people even wrote plays that are going to be on exhibition Friday and Saturday. And the Spring Music Festival the following Tuesday and Wednesday. And that's going to be all of the Brookline High School ensembles performing. And the graduating seniors will be honored at the Spring Festival. Also happening this weekend, the Sakura Matsuri, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's a Japanese cultural festival and a cultural fair and fundraising opportunity. And that's happening this Saturday. There'll be drumming and food and lots of different cultural activities, games. You know, the Japanese language students are very excited to promote that. And also the senior prom, which is where a Brookline High School senior is matched with a senior citizen of Brookline. And I believe it's held at the Brookline Teen Center. It's a new thing started by Brookline High School seniors Nicola Kinlay, Pearl Choi, and Mimi Sachs. That's also going to be a fundraising event, in addition to just a fun event for seniors and seniors. I'm going to be there, and I'm really excited. There's going to be kind of retro, you know, semi-formal outfits and corsages and dancing, you know, oldie music and that kind of thing.
Wait, do I qualify?
Passes for oldies.
Moving right along.
I don't know much oldie music, but if you guys like want to recommend, you know, so I can get familiar before the dance moves, you know, I'm right here.
Was that organized with the senior center?
I believe so, yeah.
Wonderful.
We already mentioned this, but MCAS, the Math MCAS is happening next week, and AP exams are happening this week and next week. So that's just an update on standardized testing, and in student governance. Legislature and Student Council just this week sponsored an unofficial poll in advisory or homeroom to sample student interest in the various mascot choices. So right now, you know, students could vote between the Revolutionary War hero or the Spartan warrior, and you know, as I've mentioned before, we're going to stay the Brookline High School Warriors, but we would have a different image instead of our current image, which is an arrowhead. So that would just be a physical person, you know, that we could rally around. And the results for that poll have not been released officially, so I can't say anything about that. But there is a leaning towards one of the choices at this point. And finally,
I'll bet we can get it out of you.
do you guys have any preference at this point?
Do you want our votes?
Sure. And finally, tonight is my last school committee meeting, and it's really bittersweet. You know, I've been here for 1 year, so not as long as, you know, the other members, but I've had a really good time, and I've learned a lot from you guys about leadership. And, you know, I love Brookline High School, and I love the Brookline school system, and I'm going to be really sad to leave. I'm going to miss this place a lot, and I'm going to miss you guys too. And
Jonathan,
thank you so much.
we are going to miss you. Luckily, you won't be too far away, so you can come back and say hello to us. We always appreciate your updates. They are informative, they are candid, they are funny, and we appreciate them quite a bit. So others might want to say a word or two as well, but just on behalf of Alan also, who asked me to express his personal thanks to you for your updates and your presence, we're so grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. And I hope to bring the spirit of leadership and the spirit of Brookline to, you know, to the future wherever I go.
Wonderful. Well, we do have some presents for you. And you should feel free to open them.
Thank you. Oh, does this have my name on it too?
Good question.
Look at that. I'll be wearing this.
Wonderful. All right.
Thank
you.
you.
We're so happy.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Don't forget your sign.
Yes, don't forget your
Yeah,
sign.
don't forget you took your sign. Thank you, Jonathan. You did a great job. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to your final superintendent's report as a Brookline High School senior. Dr. Lupini?
So what I love about Jonathan's reports, Jonathan, more than any student who's sat in that chair, takes items off my report that I don't then have to go into. So thank you, Jonathan. And with the 2 or 3 others that have been mentioned, I have a much shorter report. You have a copy of the report in your materials. I won't mention the Driscoll School Community Meeting. It's already been mentioned. The only thing I'll mention about the Caverly Award winners, which is the third item here, is that the Caverly Award winners will be with us on June 5th. So I hope you're able to come Tuesday, because it's been said it's a terrific event, and they will also be here to deliver slightly different versions of their remarks on June 5th. I want to mention the administrative structure and compensation study that's underway through HRS. They've initiated their work, interviewed senior staff principals, central office staff prior to April vacation in early May. They will be sharing initial findings with senior staff. We've had one of those meetings. We should have a preliminary report that we can discuss with you in June or July. That'll be a preliminary report. I'm happy to report that we've removed the word interim from the title of Scott Bouchard. Scott is now the Dean of Students for Brookline High School, along with Anthony Meyer. Scott acted this year as the interim dean. Prior to that, he was associate dean since 2007, and he is a teacher in the World Language Department. And he has done many, many things and continues to do many things, like chair our scholarship committee, work with the yearbook. He's a Critical Friends group facilitator. He has served in many hiring advisory committees, run MCAS, and now does summer school. And in his spare time, he is the dean now of Brookline High School. So congratulations to Scott. Well deserved. He did a great job as interim and certainly earned the post. Stacy Kissel, one of our teachers at the high school, a physics teacher, was recently recognized, I believe that was last week, as with a Fulbright Distinguished Award in Teaching grant. She's one of 43 U.S. citizens selected to study abroad through the program for 14-15. She will be in Finland from February through June of 2015. So congratulations to Stacy. Again, well-deserved. And I believe a Brookline High School graduate, as I recall.
I don't know.
I believe so. I think I remember that from a 21st Century Fund event somewhere along the line. Progressions was mentioned. Next Wednesday night is Conversazione. Thursday, May 15th, with Justin Reich presenting the future of learning in a networked world. That is a discussion, a presentation by the presenter, and then a discussion among participants. This one will focus on whether traditional teaching practices continue to serve students well in a rapidly changing and increasingly networked world. Promises to be a good discussion. That is always a great event. If you're able to make it, please do. 7 o'clock in the atrium at Brookline High School. And finally, so this year for the first time we have a Brookline High School Innovation Club, and they recently placed second in the state competition called the Real World Design Challenge. And this is a public-private partnership, this competition, that seeks to enhance science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. This is a particularly interesting club in that it was founded this year by one of our freshmen, Amir Sarad, a freshman at Brookline High School. He and a number of his teammates placed second in the state. And so our thanks to all of them for representing us so well, and for Ed Weiser, the curriculum coordinator for our science program at the high school, who took on the advisorship of the Innovation Club. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the superintendent? Strelowski?
Just a comment. I think this last item is great that we're starting to do things like this. I know we have the robotics club, as one other STEM type of thing, but this sounds fantastic, and kudos to Mr. Weiser for taking it on. So thank you.
All right, terrific. All right, we'll keep going. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is school committee action around non-participation in school choice. This is a proposed vote. Why don't I read it, and then one of you can decide if you choose to move it as read. The school choice, we've already, just so we're clear, we've already passed a budget that assumes non-participation in school choice. This is the vote that accompanies it. The school choice law contained in the Education Reform Act of 1993 presumes that each school committee will admit non-resident students under the school choice program unless there is a vote to the contrary taken by June 1st of each year following a hearing on the issue, which we had. The Brookline School Committee combined the hearing for this issue with the public hearing on the FY15 budget. The historical position of the school committee has been that the way we have participated in school choice is through participation in the METCO program. We're currently one of the largest participants in that program. I believe the school choice reimbursement rate is about $5,000 per participant, which is substantially less than the cost of educating each of our students. So I think that the proposed vote is to not participate in the school choice program for the 2014-2015 school year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All right. Is there a discussion? And if our new school committee members want to vote, that's their choice. If they want to abstain, since this is their very first school committee meeting, that is understandable also, and they were not here for the public hearing.
I just want to acknowledge, since it was in your introduction of the motion, that the school choice rate is higher than the reimbursement rate that we get for METCO. This has been an issue year after year as we talk about the METCO program, that we have been trying and working with our legislators to bring the METCO reimbursement rate up to the school choice rate. I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. And Dr. Jackson, not to cold call you, but the charter rate, reimbursement rate in this system is significantly north of $5,000 per student. It's north of $10,000 per student. And I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head. However, one piece of advocacy that one could aspire to is the school choice rate. Another level one could aspire to is the charter school reimbursement rate. Both of those, I'm sorry? By all means, yes. Well, both of these are, I would argue, from what we've heard from our legislators, unlikely to be anywhere close to reality. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion to not participate in the school choice program, raise your hand. All right, any opposed? All right, we have 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. We are now moving on, Dr. Lupini, Dr. Fisher-Mueller, to the overview of the Public Schools of Brookline strategic plan, including a first reading on the proposed changes to the core values and goals, recognizing that we are now back to 40 minutes behind schedule, which is deeply exciting. So I think we have something. Oh, yes, we're getting new things. Okay, wonderful. Okay, wonderful.
Okay, so let's get.
Thank you.
It should be turned down. Beautiful, that's out. Abby, bring it down.
It says all.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Like
much.
such a hippie.
Here it is.
Great, thank you very much.
All right.
So I actually just pulled this quote up. This wasn't originally part of the presentation at all, but it seemed very appropriate given the difficult conversation that we just had. You were asking about plans, appropriately so. You were asking very, very good questions. And what I'm here to show you tonight is where we are with the cornerstones of the creation of our strategic plan 2.0. What comes after your acceptance of these cornerstones, these 4 elements, is the creation of the plan, and many plans. And those plans and these goals with metrics, so that we can come before you to paint a very, very rich picture of student learning. And you will be able to see what the results are of the actions that we will be taking that are going to be having us reach the vision that I'm going to outline for you tonight. So a vision without a plan is just a dream. A plan without a vision is just drudgery. But a vision with a plan can change the world. So we're not quite that ambitious. We're not looking to change the world, but we are looking, in fact, to improve the public schools of Brookline. In Brookline, our core values, our goals, the vision, the mission, they matter. We use them. And I put this slide up here. You'll recognize it. because we are using it often to just help people understand where some of our programs fall when we think about why we do particular things that we are doing, and are we actually being true to our core values. If you look at the superintendent's budget message, you'll see specific reference to our strategic plan. And I want to say that I am very excited to be here tonight, because what I'm going to, actually, for most of you, except our two newer members, you're seeing this for the second time, but this work is actually even better than it was last time. And we are pushing ourselves, and we are pushing Brookline, and we need that push right now. So this is actually, the timing is right. I shared this with you before. Again, I understand it's illegible. However, I share it because I want you to see all the different places this work has been, the different people that have been working on it, the time that we have been working on it. And this really is a statement of a collection of many, many, many perspectives.
Dr. Fisher, just to interrupt you, can you just at least read some of the stakeholder groups that have been participated?
Absolutely. Yep. So that is teachers pre-K to 12, not all, but a representative group through the Teaching and Learning Council, special educators, specialists, coordinators, principals, high school department heads, the headmaster's cabinet, senior staff, curriculum subcommittee, the full school committee, and parents, in a variety of different ways over that time.
Thank you.
So your point around who are the stakeholders, where have we gotten that feedback, is absolutely essential, because in the creation of a strategic plan that you want to matter, that you want to actually make a difference, you have to have people involved so that they can not only develop it and make it even more rich, but they actually can see themselves in it and can connect to it. The other thing that's essential for us in the creation of our strategic plan was for us to say, we are 5 years through that first strategic plan. Things have changed in education, and we need to learn. We need to have conversations that help us elevate our understanding of the latest research and the most innovative practices, and who is being successful out there in the education world. And I want to thank Madam Chairman for her network connections that had us have the opportunity to have conversations with the folks that are named up here. And what I appreciated was not only the content of the information these folks shared with us, but their perspective and their understanding that they were talking to public school educators. And we were able to ask them questions that when we get vendors in here who want to sell us particular things, they don't tell us the dirty part, if you will, the places where it doesn't work, the challenges that they have. And when you have folks who are working outside of public education or serving public education as an outsider, they were so understanding and appreciative of the challenges that we have before us. And they helped think with us about how actually we could bring things here to Brookline. And again, I just want to thank you, Madam Chairman, for connecting us with these folks. So tonight I'm sharing the cornerstones of our strategic plan with you. And I'm going to ask you to participate. And what I mean by that is I'm going to ask you to read different pieces. And we're going to begin with the superintendent in reading the vision statement. This is the vision statement of Strategic Plan 1.0. And the Strategic Plan Committee essentially took the position of, why change this if it's working, if it's good, if it's actually representing what we want it to. So, Dr. Lupini, if you would, please.
The 10-year vision, the Brookline, Public Schools of Brookline, dynamic, collaborative, equitable, engaged with the community, contributing to the world. Brookline provides an extraordinary education for every child. Each child's unique path to achievement is supported in academically exciting and programmatically rich environments. A dynamic, diverse community of teaching professionals works collaboratively, innovating and inspiring each other and their students. Staff gets to know students intellectually, developmentally, and culturally. Students are encouraged to question and challenge ideas and participate as active citizens. Schools use a variety of assessments to get the fullest picture of student learning and growth over time. These data are shared regularly with the community, and they form the basis of how we understand and improve student, teacher, and administrator performance. Parents are partners with the schools in supporting their children's education, and schools communicate effectively so that parents are confident of the response to their child's circumstances and needs. The community, well-informed and involved in the schools, supports these efforts that continue a tradition of challenging ourselves to do better, efforts that ensure the enduring value of a Brookline education.
And as I said, that's the same as it is currently and was in 1.0. Mr. Chang, would you mind reading for us the mission statement?
Our mission is to ensure that every student develops the skills and knowledge to pursue a productive and fulfilling life, to participate thoughtfully in democracy, and succeed in a diverse and evolving global society.
Yeah. And from there, so that I don't surprise anyone else, we'll just go round.
I knew you were going to do this, so I had it ready for you.
Yes, thank you.
No
The
problem.
core values. The core values did not change by title, and the changes within these core values were really an upgrade. But absolutely, the theme, the essence of each of these five remains. Let me see here. Yes, so Ms. Charlowski, if you would.
Sure. High achievement for all. We inspire our students to develop a passion for learning. We realize the power of holding high expectations for every student, and we understand that intelligence grows with effort and cultivation. We emphasize rigor and relevance, placing great importance on curriculum, instruction, and assessment that challenge students to develop the capacity to synthesize information, acquire knowledge, exercise judgment, and apply their understanding to solve complex real-world problems. We support students through strong relationships to become invested in their learning, develop the confidence and persistence to grow as learners, and meet their goals for success in and beyond school.
If I could highlight a couple words and phrases here. This word passion, that's important. It's important. We want kids to actually be drivers of their learning. We want them to pursue their interests. And in doing so, to participate in the creation of goals so that we can support them in advancing their learning and have them be invested. And you'll see the word invested in here, there it is, to become invested in their learning. The other piece that's new here is around growth mindset, that intelligence grows with effort. That's actually research-based, Carol Dweck and mindset. And so it's, that's an example of our learning and now applying that to actually the core value. Excellence in teaching, Ms. Scotto?
We understand, excuse me, that passionate, knowledgeable, and skillful educators are the core strength of our schools. Understanding that excellent teaching begins with strong relationships with students, we actively create an environment in which students feel safe to take intellectual risks, are respected for their identity, and are motivated to challenge themselves. Educators share responsibility for all students and provide engaging instruction and assessments that accommodate differences in learning styles, interests, and readiness. We create and sustain a collaborative environment for educators that promotes an atmosphere of intellectual excitement, innovative instruction, and professional growth.
So you may notice that in excellence in teaching, you see the words strong relationships. And you see it back here in high achievement for all. So the conversation in the creation of these core values, the tweaking of them, if you will, you hear things like, well, we said that in the other one. And what we would come back to over and over and over again, if it's that important, we say it again. And we say it again. And you'll see that relationships come up often. This core value, the very beginning of it remains that educators are the core strength of our schools. Again, you see reference here to students in terms of motivating them to challenge themselves. And again, that's around this idea of supporting them in identifying their passions, setting their goals, and challenging themselves. Educators share responsibility for all students. This is critically important in Brookline because we are resource rich with supports in the classroom. And what's very important is that those resources do not look like this. I'm a classroom teacher. I have students on an IEP who require some different sort of instruction, and those students actually are yours, special educator. These students who are limited English proficient, they are learning the English language, those students are yours, ELL teacher. These students who are showing mastery of the content and skills and are looking for enrichment and challenge support, those students are yours, ECS teacher. All right? It's not about classroom teachers pushing students to other educators. It's about those educators working collaboratively with the classroom teachers because we own them all. We all own them. Collaboration, if you'd like.
Collaboration. We commit to collaboration in all aspects of education to foster interaction among diverse viewpoints and broaden learning for our students, educators, and community. We emphasize collective problem solving in student learning. We promote professional collaboration by supporting educator teams working together across schools, disciplines, grades, and roles. We engage with parents, guardians, and the Brookline community to establish common goals and share the responsibility for educating our students. We seek and nurture partnerships with local, regional, and national organizations that add value to our collective enterprise.
So the change with this core value was really about unpacking more the way it was stated in Strategic Plan 1.0. We got a little bit more specific. We looked more at teaching and learning and collaboration's role in that. And then at the end here, we returned to what the earlier version really emphasized, and that was collaboration with other organizations. Respect for human differences. If you would, Mr. Pollack.
We know that a diverse, inclusive atmosphere strengthens us as individuals, as a community, and as learners. We honor Brookline's diversity and value the varied perspectives and experiences that enrich our schools. We foster a safe environment for expressing and exploring human differences and commonalities in an environment in which caring and authentic understanding promote a deep sense of belonging and respect for all.
So one of the changes here with this one was really the first sentence that speaks to sort of what's the benefit, right? So what happens here is that we are acknowledging that in the ways that we interact with all of our differences, what we do actually is that we strengthen not only ourselves, we strengthen our community, and we support our learners. Also here, this last sentence, these words were very, very carefully chosen, and they relate very much to our work with our social emotional learning and bullying prevention program. When we talk about establishing an environment in which caring and authentic understanding promote a deep sense of belonging and respect for all. And so there's a difference between authentic understanding and tolerance for difference. And there is a deep understanding, if you will, in terms of the why of that, so that people do develop that sense of belonging and that understanding, that respect for all. So as you can imagine, there was a lot of passion in this particular core value and the creation of it, as well as really great discussions around educational equity. Mr. Glover, welcome, and if you would, please, educational equity.
We identify, understand, and eliminate barriers to educational achievement in our schools. Educators in every school provide their students with the individual support needed to reach and exceed Brookline's high standards. While allowing for the expression of diverse perspectives, we establish policies and practices that are fair and just for all our schools and provide educational opportunities to ensure that every student can meet our standards for achievement, participation, and growth, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, gender and gender identity, sexual orientation, age, language, national origin, disability, ability, socioeconomic status, or other human differences.
Thank you. So that may sound familiar to you because much of the text there is the same as the earlier version. But what was missing in the earlier version was the real strong connection to educators. And so it was actually through our work with educational equity where we adopted a definition of educational equity that, it's the second sentence here, educators in every school provide their students with the individual support needed to reach and exceed Brookline's high standards. So that was the working definition that we have been using, and so we incorporated that into the core value because, again, previously it talked about establishing policies and practices that are fair and just. That didn't resonate with classroom teachers and other educators. So this was a very healthy upgrade here. So excuse me while I blast through because I missed that. Our 4 goals. These goals, they have changed. I don't believe that they have changed dramatically in their intentions and their themes of the earlier goals, but I do think that they are more pointed to things that we see of great value right now. There was a significant shift with, actually, let me back up here for just a minute and interrupt myself. One of the significant changes, the differences between 1.0 and 2.0, is this word right here, every. In the earlier version, you would often read all. And we feel strongly that there's a difference in understanding. We would talk about all students achieving, right? High expectations for all students. And now we're talking about every student achieving, every student invested in learning, every student prepared for change and challenge, and for goal number 4, every educator growing professionally. And I want to be sure to acknowledge the work and the expertise of Ms. Stone in terms of her feedback and some of the pros here. So I'm showing you goals 1 and 2 together here to help you understand how goal 1 is different. When we first rolled out Strategic Plan 1.0 and we had these 2 different goals, academic excellence and educational equity, some folks pushed back and said, why do you need goal 2? If you're reaching goal 1, academic excellence, then you're not going to have these achievement gaps. Our pushback was actually educational equity is a process. It's a process that, when in place, eliminates achievement gaps. When you do not have educational equity, you have achievement gaps. And so that allowed us to dive in deeply to what does it actually look like when we talk about educational equity. And we were able to truly share different scenarios with each other and describe how that particular situation is inequitable. So that goal has pushed conversations in a very strong fashion. So why then do we no longer have this goal called educational equity? Because we have, I think, well, integrated the 2 into goal 1. So the title is Every Student Achieving. But, well, I'll let somebody else read it, actually, if I may. Where are we? Ms. Stone.
Ensure that every student meets or exceeds Brookline's high standards and eliminate persistent gaps in student achievement by establishing educational equity across all classrooms, schools, and programs.
Again, what's strong about the way this is written is that when this goal gets unpacked and we actually create action plans relating to that, we're going to be looking very directly at our practices that are inequitable. And in the presence of inequitable practices, you have achievement gaps. In the presence of inequitable practices, you do not have every student achieving. So goal two is about that process that will get us toward every student achieving. And Dr. Jackson, if you would.
Sorry. Every student invested in learning. Increase every student's ownership of his or her learning and achievement by using rigor, relevance, and relationships to foster a spirit of inquiry and the joy of learning.
So this idea of joy of learning connects back to this idea of students having passion for their learning. In our vision, what we imagine is, this is actually going to be against, in some ways, child development, but a student coming home from school and actually initiating a conversation at the dinner table about what they did in school and how excited they are. That's our vision. In many cases right now, and this is where I think there's a bit of a rub, how was school? Fine. What'd you do? Nothing. What'd you learn? Nothing. Right? I was bored. What's your favorite subject? Recess, right? Right? We want kids invested in their learning such that they come home excited and they can't wait to tell you what they're working on and what they did in school. And I have to say that that is going to require, and this is what you hear when we talk about technology, that is going to require a shift in unit curriculum design. That's going to require us looking at content and skills and, if you will, wrapping around what is relevant. Giving kids authentic problems to solve where they have to apply new content and skills. And that's where technology can be extremely, extremely helpful. Goal 3, Ms. Cox?
Goal 3, every student prepared for change and challenge. Instill in every student the habits of mind and life strategies critical for success in meeting the intellectual, civic, and social demands of life in a diverse, ever-changing global environment.
So this goal is about what we talk about as non-cognitive skills. This is about 21st century skills. This is about and then back to you, Mr. Chang.
Every educator growing professionally, foster dynamic professional learning communities that inspire inquiry, reflection, collaboration, and innovation, and use data to improve teaching, advance student learning, and refine the programs and practices of the public school curriculum.
And this fourth goal goes back to that core value of excellence in teaching. We know that educators are the core strength of our school system. Next steps. We hope for a second read and a vote at your next meeting. We are working closely with our new Director of Research and Accountability. You've heard Corey Stott's name a number of times. She's going to help us take a look at the metrics, and then we can take a look again at the architecture of the plan moving forward. We want to revisit priority actions and those results and metrics, and we will keep you informed. Finally, I want to honor the folks who have been working on the Strategic Plan Committee. I want to thank them for their persistence and patience with a lot of stops and starts, and enter any questions you may have.
Good. Well, Dr. Fisher-Mueller, you have carried this up the mountain. Sometimes you put us in your backpack and carried this process up the mountain. So it has been a long one, but it's so simple and so clear. We were trying to distill a lot of information into some very simple and powerful concepts that everybody could understand. And thank you for leading us there. Thank you, Dr. Wender Shrubo, for participating. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you to all of our Strategic Plan Committee members. Are there questions on this? Dr. Jackson?
Thank you very much. It's great to get oriented to this. I've read these before, but not this closely. I guess the one question I have is just a curiosity around, as you went through this process and you think about version 1 and version 2, how leadership was talked about and thought about in the goals relative to what you're trying to accomplish. And in some ways, it feels like it sits a little bit with educators, and yet I know there are lots of roles for leadership in the district, and I'm just curious sort of how you think about that and where that sits in this larger plan.
We use the word educator carefully because it means classroom teacher, special educator, principal, coordinator, deputy superintendent, superintendent. It is all of us.
Simple and clear. All right. Other questions on the strategic plan? Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really interested in. I like the fact that the core values are more are better developed in this version. I like the fact that that this document actually connects the core values to, in some ways, action steps that we see, in which we see them reflected in the school. So I just want to compliment you on that. Goal 2 strikes me as wonderful, and I applaud it and believe in it, and I wonder how on earth we're going to measure it.
Yes. So the joke with Ms. Stott is, don't give me goals I can't measure. And then the conversation goes like this. Social scientists study these things. They have ways to identify perceptions, dispositions. We can get those surveys and we can figure this out. It's not work that, how do you measure joy of learning? I would love to measure joy of learning. We don't, yes, this is a challenge.
I know that we worked really hard to do goals that we could measure because we're going to hold ourselves accountable to them as we have held ourselves accountable to the goals in 1.0. And I look at that and it starts with increase, which means we have a baseline, which I don't think we have, and every student's ownership. And again, the using rigor, relevance, and relationships, we can do that. I'm really curious about this.
So one of the places I spent 2.5 days this week, or day and a half this week, was in a conference on education reform. And this is social emotional learning is clearly a gigantic topic right now. There are tens of millions of dollars being spent, if not more, in a 3-year time frame trying to figure out exactly the question that you're asking. Dr. Jackson is probably more of an expert on this than I am at this point, since she spends a tremendous amount of time on this professionally. But the short answer is that there are initiatives underway that are attempting to provide different types of surveys, different types of indicators. How do you know if a child owns their learning? How do you know if a child is invested and doesn't? How do you know if they can show persistence over time? I mean, these are not unknowable things. I would say that Dr. Fisher-Mueller is right. We don't have the instruments in this district right now to be able to measure them, but they aren't unmeasurable. They aren't fundamentally unmeasurable. It's just that we don't necessarily yet have the tools to be able to do it. And I think there's a lot of research on this going on right now. And I think it's also one of those where, the great thing about this district is that we are not only captive to MCAS scores, we are not only captive to things we can measure. And so even if we're not going to get it 100% right in the first year, as an individual school committee member, I would say that it's better to at least put it out there and start to approximate using measures that are out there and get better at it, because it's too important to set aside entirely. And I don't know, Lisa, if you have, I
would just, I read these goals and almost felt like I was reading the next level of vision. And so I think the process of actually getting to metrics will take you further into joy of learning is a great example, and that will take you into, what we would hope to see, and indicators we can then measure that get us a close approximation to that. And we may find ourselves somewhat either modifying the language or providing some explanation so that people understand what we're trying to get at with that language. This language right now feels quite visionary, which I think is an aspirational, which I think at some level is where you want to start. But it sounds like you're underway with a process to get you now to kind of what you can collect and know and and plan and use and do something with. So I think it's a multi-level process to get to how do we measure that at the gate.
And we don't have baseline data because we've never measured this, so the very first measurement will be our baseline data.
Last question, doctors. Ms. Gatto. There's so many doctors, I'm getting confused.
Okay. I just am going to be the contrarian for a minute. I understand the need to measure these, to have SMART goals, goals that we can measure in this document. But I have to say, I'm not sure I want to live in a society where everything is measured. I'm not sure that I want to say, well, my joy today reaches this level of measurement, or my excitement, or what have you. So I think I liked it, Lisa, when you said that these are visionary. And yes, we want to have measurable indications that students are feeling this way. But let's be very careful about what we think about in terms of measurement. It's kind of a fearful, it gives me a little bit of fear to think about measuring everything.
All right, and with that appropriate cautionary note, are there any last questions? All right, well, the thing that we appreciate most is that these things are actually used. They're not used in every district, they're not used in most districts, so the fact that they are actually used is so exciting, and the fact that it took a little bit longer in terms of the process, but with all of the stakeholder groups that have been part of this, the increase, every discussion increases the likelihood that people will feel invested in ownership over these goals, and they drive the school improvement plans at the building level, they drive our budget priorities, they drive classroom behavior at every level. These really do become the new standard. So
Can I just emphasize that? I mean, more so in other districts that I've been in, or in conversations that I'm in, at least with my colleagues, this document does that. The original document does drive those school improvement plans, does drive that budget document, does drive the conversations when people come up before us talking about looking for funds and ideas that they'd like to initiate, et cetera. Even our partners, the Education Foundation and others, have based a lot of their work around our strategic plan, which says we have one that's important to the community. Thank you, Dr. Fisher-Mueller.
Thank you. All right, so the good news is if we ended now, we would only be 10 minutes late, not to be master of the clock. However, I will say that we do have need for an executive session. So we have two options. I will advocate for one of them and hope we don't choose the other, but it really is up to you all. One is to go into executive session now and come back into general session to talk about the technology plan at a very, very late hour. Which is the one I'm not advocating for. The other one is to go into executive session and postpone the technology plan to our next meeting, which I, unless there is great uprising, is the one we're going to do. All right, so we are officially postponing the agenda item around the technology plan. We need a roll call vote. Please don't move. Wait, school committee members don't move. We need a roll call vote to go into executive session to consider the lease of real property because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the school committee's negotiating position, and to discuss strategy with respect to litigation because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the school committee's litigating position. All right, so roll call vote, please. Ms. Coyne.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Right, all right, and so now I will tell you that we are not coming into, back into open session. Is that all right? That's not what it says here. All right, fine. And we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.